We're back. We're back. Time for more factory doubles. At 70. It's finally a somewhat real streak. My swap count for this is really high, but it's because I was trying to accurately play around the Gen 3 round 8, 9 elevation random IV problem. Anyway, it's factory doubles. It's the rental facility of Gen 3. Got to rent 3 Pokemon and use them in doubles. Pretty straightforward. Actually, let me quickly check the OBS settings before I nuke the recording. Nope, we're good. Next opponent, Steel type, Free-Spirited. Steel type without high risk is slightly unusual. Okay. You're probably not coming. You are probably not coming. Is this failing to recognize Porygon because of the name? Yes. Okay, that's fine. But we're not taking Porygon. What's the chance of Steelix with Steel no phrase? Because obviously Steelix 4 is high risk and so on, but Steelix definitely on the cards as a potential Pokemon. Okay, that's really good. I'm a big fan of the special settlement sets. I think they're really solid. They run speed and they're modest. I think they are really solid. They're intimidators that can't be intimidated themselves. And they don't give up much power at all for it. I mean, Settlements in Gen 3 is already a bit lackluster when it comes to physical moves that aren't Earthquake. Okay. I mean, Scizor isn't in the first match. I think the chance of, like, Metagross is so high now. It's so very high. It's like Agwan 1 and 3. I guess Registeel is somewhat likely as well. It just seems really likely that it's going to be Metagross, though. Interesting. So we got the double dragon option. Double special dragon option. Might be taking it, honestly. Like, yeah, we're double weak to ice, but we're also fast and we can hit them really hard. We can smack them. I think this might be an educational draft about believing in good Pokemon over believing in types. Obviously, 2 flame-throwing dragons are not bad into Steel. Okay. Huh. I don't want to lose to, like, it probably wouldn't happen unless something got taken out, but I don't want to lose them like Agron 3. I don't want to lose to a Metagross 6 or something. There's going to be a slight risk of that. I'm kind of thinking if I take Raichu. The issue with taking Raichu is if I take Raichu and Steelix is in the back, I could lose. Well, let's get... Altaria is really bad. Scizor is okay, but Scizor is the least good into Steel as a spec, I would say. I mean, we've got Silverwind for Metagross, but... No, it could be Skarmory. It could be a Registeel. I just don't believe in Porygon. It seems nuts. It would only be Steelix that it would be good into. I think it's going to be Raichu or Scizor, and I'm going to have to base it on if I'm worried about the Steel spec on Game 1, or if I'm more concerned about the entire round. I think it's probably going to be Scizor. It's probably going to be Scizor. Where is my team file so I can put these in the overlay? Here we go. Double Dragon into Scizor. It seems pretty solid. I don't think we're very likely to drop anything this round. I think I'd swap Scizor out for a decent water type. Yeah, the overlay is not reading Porygon. It's because it's got a 2 in its name. And 2 isn't in the alphabet. When I coded this overlay a few months ago, I didn't include the letter 2. Because it only exists on Porygon. And a training set that I found probably didn't have it in it. We want D-Knight in this slot because we're more likely to swap D-Knight than Mence. So yeah, Steel, no phrase. Which will be helpful. I mean, the fact that it's not high risk will rule out quite a few of the Steel types sets when we see them. Okay. So we know it's not Steelix 4. We already said that. Because Steelix 4 is high risk. It's actually quite useful that it's Urswing as well. Won't see Nidoran in the factory. So it's unlikely to be a high-risk Urswing as well. Well, it definitely can't be Urswing 2, for example. That's high risk on its own, but it's unlikely to be like Urswing 1 or 4 as well. Thanks, Captain Antonescu. Yeah, since we've intimidated, I'm not too worried about either of these. I'd probably rather kill the Urswing, given the choice. Mostly because of the band set. Choice band Urswing is not high risk. Scizor's not... Steelix isn't doing anything here. Okay, got it. There's also there is a Steel type in the back. So something we could do is hope that we knock out the Steelix with Flamethrower from Salamence, and then hope that Dragonite can also Flamethrower the Pokemon in the back before it gets a chance to use a move. But I don't think we're going to lose the Pokemon in the back. It doesn't seem very likely here. I think I'd rather get rid of the Urswing. The worst thing Steelix can do is actually explode. And if it does that, I actually want to explode onto the Pokemon in the back. Okay, we get good damage. It's not a particularly bulky set. Okay, and Dragon Breath. And no paralysis. So it's pretty damn likely to be Steelix 2. Because Steelix 1 would really want to use Rock Tomb into both Pokemon. Because Steelix is slower than Dragonite and Salamence, Rock Tomb gets a boosted score in the AI. So we'd have to miss the Rock Tomb boosted score chance into both targets, which is pretty unlikely. And then Steelix 2 is almost actively encouraged to use Dragon Breath. So it's probably Steelix 2, which means we can leave it alone. I think the Registeel is much more threatening. It can't be a high-risk Registeel again. But I think we just double Flamethrower it. Like, we won't kill the bulkiest ones, but that's fine. Registeel back to haunt doubles, maybe. Registeel 1 is much easier to deal with in doubles, of course. It's probably not Registeel 1. We did too much, surely. It did live. It's Registeel 2. Okay. And it's Steelix 2 as well. This might be a very fast round. I'm definitely not taking Registeel 2. Does not hit hard enough. Yeah, I think block is left at +0 on the AI, which just means it's a baseline chance to be used, not more or less likely. So the Urswing is one thing you could consider here. Since Urswing can obviously switch into a flying type, it's never gonna... The AI is almost never gonna use a fighting move into Dragonite or Ment. And Urswing appreciates the Intimidate as well. So what could it have been? I don't think it's Urswing 4, for example. I think it could have been 1, 3, not 4, 5, no. 1, 3, 7, 8, I think is what Urswing was. The max HP sets would have taken less damage than that from Ment's Dragon Claw. Don't love Urswing 3 at all. Don't like Urswing 1 very much either. It's a Mega Kick set. I think I'd take 7 or 8, but yeah, the 50-50 is bad, and Scizor is fine. It's high risk next as well, which is probably slightly better for Scizor. Just a little bit worried about the endgame fire type. Overheat is a high risk move. But if a White Herb fire type leads off, we see the White Herb activation from Intimidate. I think we're probably sticking. High risk Metagross, okay. Unfortunately, that does make Explosion quite likely. And then Raikou 5 is quite likely because of Double Edge. So yeah, I'm thinking that I probably don't want a Flamethrower Metagross. I don't want to encourage a Quick Claw Boom from Metagross 8. Or Metagross 5. I think I double Raikou, right? Declaw, Declaw. Raikou 5 is Bright Powder. If I am worried, I could split target. Because that does guarantee that I can kill Metagross the following turn as long as there's no Quick Claw. The risk is Raikou 5 and Metagross 8. Targeting the same dragon, my same dragon on this turn. Oh, maybe I double target Metagross. Because I'm pretty sure Explosion can kill Scizor. I don't want to play Scizor versus Metagross. And if it is Raikou 5, it could actually be a nose-style Metagross. Thunderbolt crit on Ments. Dragonite should live a Thunderbolt crit. Hopefully we kill. Got a good chance to kill the no-bulk Metagross sets. Okay, it is very likely Raikou 5. We do kill. So it's not Metagross 5 or 8. It'll be 4, 6, 7 for Metagross. Those are the no-bulk ones. Interesting. So the final Pokemon has to be high risk. It has to be. Okay. Well, that is high risk. Oh, I was thinking, is it Lumberry or is it Salakberry? Wow, the burn on Dojo is very nice. Okay, so it's gonna endure or flail. Both of those are fine. We just kill Raikou here. The Dojo is not gonna win. Thanks, Zeus. I believe in the chance to kill. A split target. It's a good roll from Raikou. It doesn't actually have to be Raikou 5, does it? It could be 4, right? Like, they're both max special attack, max speed. They both have Reflect Thunderbolt. And if that's right, if that's Dojo 4, which it is, then it's high risk on its own. How did it draw back? That's right. Did we... Because Endure does not check status. So it missed a 73% on Endure, and then what was the flail? It was under 20, we know that. Okay, so it's about 10%. Okay, it's not too crazy. It doesn't check its own status, which is why it didn't use Facade. No, Dojo 4 has Flail and Facade. Those are both high-risk moves. So this could be Raikou 4. I think I don't know if it makes any difference between Raikou 4 and 5. Four is slightly better. Okay, no hint. I wonder if I take Raikou for Scizor. I obviously go... Well, I have modest Brick Break, but I go mostly special, which is okay in doubles. It's not a huge deal. It makes Snorlax a little bit scarier. I've got a little bit of a weakness to some of the bulkier water sets that might be threatening Ice Beams, but I'm never switching to Raikou versus them anyway. And Scizor will outspeed most of them. I think it's probably Raikou. More consistent damage than Scizor. It probably is Raikou. I kind of hope it's Raikou 4, but Raikou 5 would also be fine. I just think we need to finish off damage. The question then becomes, are we excessively scared of something like Rhydon? And I don't think we are. Like, we'd have to lose D-Knight. I don't like the Pokemon in the back only having one good coverage move. Scizor is quite significantly bulkier than Raikou. I'm a little bit worried about like an end game. Also a bit worried about Swampert, Quag, Whiscash. On their own, they're not a problem. It would be next to something that would be a higher priority kill on turn 1. Or an end game against those. I think I'll stick with Scizor, actually. I think resisting ice. Resisting dragon. It's kind of what I'm looking for in the back. Like, if I want to recycle and intimidate, I probably don't care massively about it surviving, but it's got a better chance than Raikou does. I think I'll stick. It's a close one, though. Close one. I wouldn't do it in singles. Blaziken Crobat, okay. And it's not high risk. It's not Blaziken free. And it's not White Herb, so it's not Blaziken 4. Just wondering about Crobat 2. I think Crobat 2 might be an underrated threat here, but there's a good chance Crobat 2 is on a team with no slow and steady moves. That is possible. I do want to split the target. I don't really want to give Blaziken Blaze, though. Which might mean I just overkill the Crobat. I'd always kill Crobat 2 if I double it, but it can double team. Alternatively, if we're worried about the worst case scenarios, kill Blaziken, because Blaziken beats Scizor. Is Blaziken 1 broken? I'm on the wrong generation, lol. Okay. I don't think it is. It's not. Yeah, I'm a bit worried about Crobat 2. Alien. I don't like Ice Beam into Crobat and Dragon Claw into Blaziken. I think that's a recipe for trouble. Because what I do if I do that, I essentially give Blaziken 1 a damage boost for no reason, when it's currently doing almost nothing. And I give Blaziken 2 a Blaze boost for... It's not going to use that, though. It's going to just Mega Kick spam. Just mostly to keep Blaziken 1 as useless. I guess it's a bit less likely to be Blaziken 2 because of the scope lens clash with Crobat 3. But Crobat 3 itself should be less likely with no high risk. No high risk in the back then, that means. I also don't know how much I like killing Crobat if I'm confused when I do it. Scizor should be very safe in the Crobat, though. So perhaps I just overkill Blaziken. It's the safest way to do that, to avoid Blaze. Crobat 2 is slower than Ment, so I guess I Flamethrower and then I try and finish it off with Dragon Claw from Dragonite. That also gives Dragonite more healing with Shell Bell. So probably Flamethrower Dragon Claw into Blaziken if I'm going for it. Otherwise it would be Ice Beam Dragon Claw into Crobat. I like the former more than the latter. Crobat 4 could confuse a Ment. I could self-hit and then I've given Blaziken a Blaze boost, I guess. But there's no safe way through this turn anyway. Okay. So we healed for 20. That's Crobat 4. It's also Crobat 4 because it was faster. Okay. It's not high risk Golem. It's not Golem 4, I mean. Cannot play around the Confuse Ray once again. I don't think I want a Dragon Claw Golem. Because I think if Dragonite itself hits and I claw that and then Crobat follows it up with a crit Sludge Bomb the following turn and Golem explodes, that's GG. I also still want to hit it with Ice Beam though, because it could be Golem 2. Golem 1 isn't going to do very much here. Is Crobat more likely to continue targeting Settlements? No. Crobat 4 is just gonna... It's gonna pick Sludge Bomb or Confuse Ray into a random one. Actually, it can... Yeah. It'll just be random this turn. Until they're in kill range, it's random. I think we just do max damage. Okay. Okay, Brick Break. It is the Exploder. I think I just double target Crobat here. Thanks, Wolsmo. We need to kill Crobat so Golem isn't going to pick Explosion later. If we self-hit again, I'm going to switch Dragonites out. I can't really play around the Sludge Bomb crit Crobat 4. I'm actually going to Ice Beam Crobat. In case the Confuse Ray comes into Ment. Okay. That's fine. No Hydro Pump Ments, no Gen 4 Ments, no. Yeah, this is very over. Okay, no help once again. Don't want another flying typing Crobat. Golem bad. We don't know if it was Blaziken 1 or 2. Actually, we do. It's Blaziken 2 because of Item Claws. Blaziken 1 is Quick Claw. Okay. Suction Cup Lady is a memorable trainer quote. Yeah, it's Elements 3 in Gen 4, which has Hydro Pump. No great compunction to take any of them. Okay. Ampharos. It's annoying with static. I'm going to leave Credilli there. Credilli 2 does do a bit of damage, but we've just intimidated it. I think the bigger risk here is a Thunderbolt crit or a Thunder crit from Ampharos. How do I get around this? Because I don't think Flamethrower Dragonclaw always does enough. Can I Dragonclaw with Mence instead of with Dragonite? Is that enough? What if I get double static? Does that necessarily leading to a loss? Credilli the Menace is fine. I have quite a good team against Credilli. And if it is, no, I don't think I can lose to Credilli unless some extreme hacks happens. So free-spirited, let's factor that in as well. It's less likely to be Ampharos 2, which is not a good thing because I kind of wanted it to be Ampharos 2. It's also less likely to be Credilli 4. There are a few slow and steady near activations, like Ampharos 1 and Credilli 1 would be slow and steady, so it's Credilli 2. So it's more likely to be Amphi 3 or 4. Another tactic is I say that I let Ampharos get a move off, but I don't go for the contact move against it, so I could just double Flamethrower Ampharos. I don't have the burn upside against Ampharos 4, and Ampharos 4 does have Thunderwave. I think Thunderwave is probably a better outcome than risking double static, though. And if I make contact with one Pokemon, and it T-Waves the other one, I think that's also really bad. And I'd rather burn than freeze, I think. Against Ampharos 3, I guess that's not true. And I could miss... It could be Ampharos 2, and I could miss the Flamethrower with Mence, and then I'd rather Ice Beam. Could also potentially go for the Attract. It's not unthinkable. It's definitely not Ampharos 1. It's very, very likely to be Ampharos 3 if it doesn't T-Wave. Incredibly likely. So do we want to hit the Pokemon in the back, or do we want to hit Credilli? I think we want to hit the Pokemon in the back. It's no type. Ice is usually better offensive coverage. But I think I just go for the Dragon Claw for stab. Nah. Ampharos 3 could get a Focus Band activation, but I'm not playing around that. It's 10%. And then it's only 1%. And then it would be 0.3% to get the double Focus Band activation with static. Okay. Do very good damage. It's definitely possible for that to be Kingdra 1. It's probably a bit more likely than... Okay, it's Kingdra 3. That's fine. We don't want to goof into Endure. That's the main goal here. It's kind of just keep Mence alive. I wonder if I just double focus down the Credilli. I could also go for the Intimidate on Kingdra. What is the chance of dropping after 50% on Dragon Dance? It's 73% for -1. Oh, but it has the Terminate flag after being slower. So it wants to Dragon Dance again because of Mence. It also wants to Flail. It also wants to Endure. It's going to be quite difficult to predict Kingdra's behaviour this turn. We can hit Credilli. I think I do want to target Kingdra with Salamence though, because letting it Dragon Dance here would be really bad. Like, that would make me really uncomfortable. Could go for the Attract, but I'd rather kill it if it does not use Endure. Yeah, Mence is confused. I think if we so if it Dragon Dances there and we self it, we do then have to put Scizor in for Ment so we can Intimidate Cycle. It doesn't have the max power flail. No type. High risk. It's possible it was Amphi 4, right? Yeah, I'm a tiny bit concerned about Rhydon. Obviously, high risk Rhydon does imply Horn Drill. So the question mainly is, if it gets the Quick Claw Horn Drill on Dragonite, what do we want to do with Mence? We probably want to hit Rhydon, so that on the following turn we can finish off Rhydon with Scizor and then crunch to Xatu. And then it's only really bad if it's Xatu 2. Xatu 2 to live crunch and to Confuse Ray. I guess, yeah. I do waste Mence's attack if Quick Claw does not go off. I can see the future. Tell me, Dave, what is the future? I'd like to play with future knowledge. It could be Rhydon 2 as well. Easy to forget Rhydon 2 and its special bulk. Does that make Flamethrower the best option? Does Flamethrower Steel Wing always kill? I'm not sure. I think I just Dragon Claw, actually. Xatu will use a future. Okay. Well, if Zatu's using Future Sight, I'm definitely leaving it alone. I think we're just going to Dragon Claw. I really want to play around the Quick Claw. It is possible for it to be Rhydon 1, which would be quite funny. Okay, well that's definitely an inner focus moment, potentially, yeah. Are you Rhydon 2? No. Well, probably not. Okay. I do want to switch out. At least it can't be Breloom 4. Breloom 4 was obviously Quick Claw, but so was Rhydon. I think what I'm going to do is switch out Dragonite and Flamethrower. The risk then is that it was Breloom 2. Breloom 2 gets a Bright Powder Miss on the Flamethrower. I think I still recycled the Dragonite though. Now the Confuse Ray from Xatu. I don't think we can work out much. Okay. Okay. Maybe it was better to target Xatu. If I knew it was Xatu 4, I'd definitely go for it. But Xatu 2 taking the crunch and then Breloom getting a Spore off, yeah, that would be ugly. I think it was fine to target Breloom. Steal? High risk. Okay. It's not unthinkable to take the Rhydon. I do have 2 Pokemon that are obviously immune to Earthquake. And I think the Steel types I struggle the most with would not be Skarmory. Metagross would not be good though, yeah. And honestly, Scizor in some ways is better. Yeah, so high risk Steel is quite expected. There's obviously a load of explosion sets. There's a Focus Punch Registeel, there's a Counter Registeel. Fortress is Double Edge. Skarm has Counter, yeah. It can't be Scizor, that's the one thing you know. Could be Breloom 1. I don't think I want Breloom. Quick Claw Metagross is telling me not to take Breloom. Okay. So it's very likely to be Swampert 2. Although Registeel can easily be high risk as well. And the final Steel type can also very easily be high risk. The question here is how much do I want to prioritize hitting Registeel against Swampert? Because obviously Ice Beam from Swampert 3 and 4 is a real problem. Like, most of the time it is definitely better to kill Swampert, I think. Swampert 1 is completely dead in the water. Oh, thanks, Plazic. Xerox Scythe. Congratulations on the sub. Thanks, Plazic. Yeah, most of the time it's better to kill Swampert. If it's Swampert 1, I would definitely want to leave it alive because it does nothing. Swampert 2, apart from potentially Mirror Coating, does nothing. Yeah, if Dragonite gets Mirror Coated, that's a bit painful, right? Yeah, high risk, high return for Steel being more common than no phrase makes sense for sure. Focus Punch is high risk, yep. Also, Deadliest Registeel probably is Registeel free. And if it is Registeel free, I kind of just want to kill Swampert as fast as possible. The downside of not hitting Registeel is probably Registeel 4, 5. The Thunder Wave would be annoying. The Double Team would be annoying. I do have a Sword Stance Scizor in the back, though. And that same logic applies to Registeel 1. I think we have to go for Swampert, right? Letting Swampert potentially Ice Beam is, I think, how the game could be lost. Like, let's say I double Flamethrower Registeel, and then Ice Beam hits one Pokemon and Thunder Wave hits the other. I think that's how I lose. I think that is how I lose. Scizor would finish off Registeel, but I mean, honestly, I'd probably be fine as long as Swampert isn't Earthquake spamming, which it sometimes is. So we don't kill Swampert 1 and 2 doing this, which is fine. If Swampert 2 Mirror Coats Dragonite, I think I'm also fine with that. It would be a bit painful if Registeel also targets Dragonite, but this can happen. This is just a consequence of it is. Okay, no Quick Claw. Swampert goes down. So that was an Ice Beam Swampert. which means there has to be another high risk move on the team. It could be Registeel or could be the other steel type. Okay, so Fortress explains that. Yeah, okay. No freeze, excellent. So it's not Explosion, Registeel, obviously, which means we just kill Fortress and game ends, basically. We know that Ment is going to be Ice Punched. I mean, it's definitely Flamethrower into Fortress. I'm not doubting that. I'm doubting the stay in. I'm thinking about the Focus Band from Fortress 1 and 4. It would be it would have to kind of be a double Focus Band. I guess there's also Quick Claw from Fortress 4. I think I do swap. Focus Band. Okay. And then Ice Punch its Sizzle. Oh, I was in Thunderbolt range. Yeah, fair enough. Just hit this as many attacks as possible since it's Bright Powder. It's got a small chance of winning if it gets misses on both flamethrowers, just like that. Yes. Okay, so another Bright Powder miss, and then it can be close. Although it shouldn't Ice Punch Shizzle, so I'm still quite a long way from losing. 101 now. Okay. Bing, 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 bing. No type. Okay, it's the weather spec. Okay. Weather spec is very helpful. I'm wondering about Swampert. Obviously, there is the risk of Solar Beam, yes. But Swampert is pretty nice into some of the Thunder Spammers. And Swampert is pretty nice into the Sunny Day Fires, I feel. And then there's the Sandstorm Steelix and Haley and Wall Rain 1. On the other hand, Scizor is special defense invested. Yeah. I think I keep the lead the same. I think it would be Swampert for Scizor. A lot of these would be free wins. The biggest drawback would probably be a team of multiple Rain Dancers. I don't think I can lose to a Solar Beam enemy. I guess like Claydol 3 would be annoying. I think I take it. I think I take it because Earthquake is a much more reliable move than Steel Wing. Okay. And no white turn, because that's very likely Ninetales too. We're brave. We're Swampert free. Okay. Like, do I think to lose this match, I think it has to be Ludicolo too. I think that's how I lose a match. Do I double target Ludicolo? I mean, Swampert doesn't care about Ninetales much anyway. Do I double target Ludicolo? Because if it is Ludicolo 2, I want to Dragon Claw or Dragon Claw it, because Ludicolo 2 is faster than Swampert, so I would then kill it on the following turn before Ice Beams both Pokemon. I think I doubled the Ludicolo. It's very unlikely to be Ludicolo 2, but I think the chance of me losing is basically entirely wrapped up in Ludicolo 2. At least on this lead. It could be something really nasty in the back. And if there is, I do want to kill Ninetales first, most likely. But yeah, let's assume it's Ludicolo 2. I think that's the... Yeah, it's probably not Ludicolo 2, but I think I should act as if it is. Since it's the one major way I could lose. Okay. Okay. It's not a surprise. Regiseal 1 in the back. I think we actually target the Ninetales now. And I think we want to knock them out in the same turn. Thanks, Nightlife. So actually, what I want to do here is goof. I want to goof for a turn. Unfortunately, I could miss Ludicolo, but I think I want to goof. Does Grudge... What's the Grudge AI? It has no AI, okay. So what we'll do here is Dragon Claw. And I'm going to attract you, Ninetales, because I want to kill both of these in the same turn. To set up a 3 versus 1. They're both going to do almost nothing here. I don't even mind if I get burned, because I'm not physical. Leech Seed is fine. It might be living this. It's definitely living after that. What's last? Okay. The rain is actually quite annoying. So what's the worst case scenario here? Probably meta 8. Probably meta 8. I'm considering a switch. Mostly because of the Ice Punch Metagross sets. I also don't want to feint to Meteor Mash into the leech damage. kind of want to know which Ludicolo set this is. Yeah. It's not going to Toxic. Ludicolo 4 is not going to Toxic until this turn, due to the amount of damage it took from the turn 1. Oh no. It might be correct to just... I might be correct. I think it might actually definitely be correct to just double the Metagross anyway, even through rain. I actually really, really wish I killed this thing on turn 2. Would Brick Break do more in rain? No, because we're modest. We're modest max special attack. It should be a fairly easy win against Ludicolo 4. It's Ludicolo 3 that I'm worried about because of Giga Drain, but I think it would be a serious mistake to try and kill Ludicolo while it's at +1 evasion, because we could easily just miss. It's not a bulky Metagross. Please, Shell Bell. It's got a bright powder, dude. So you're always going to Ice Punch Mence here. God, if I miss. If I miss, it's over. There's a chance that Ludicolo chokes and doesn't Giga Drain, I guess. Leech Seed also gets the 4 times effective multiplier. Actually, fairly likely to Leech Seed. I'm fine against Ludicolo 4. Metagross 6 and 7 are both fast and Swampert. I definitely want to Earthquake though, because I need to make sure I'm safe against Ludicolo 4 if I do miss the Flamethrower into Metagross. Okay, nice. It's Ludicolo 3. Good damage roll. Doesn't make any difference though. There's no thinking to do here. I'm already leeched. I don't think I want to use Attract. It's going to it's gonna Giga Drain the Swampert. Should get 6 attempts. No, I should get 7. No. I get 6 attempts because of the Giga Drain. It's only at +1 evasion. I think I go for the Dragon Claw over the Attract. It'll have to reset the Rain Dance anyway. I mean, don't the Rain resets mean I get more like 7 or 8? I'd have to miss so many. It has to double team now, to be honest. I should be a heavy favourite. It's above 40% for the rain check as well. Yeah. So I need to hit like... yeah, like 2 and 5. Which is still a little bit spooky. Oh. These special men sets are the best. Men's 7 and 8, and then... I think men's 7, 8, and then men's 1. Those are the best men's sets. Although Protect and Endure men's are quite nice in... It wasn't that close, really. Because Ludicolo had no way of doing damage to me other than waiting for Leech. And it used up 2 Giga Drains on Swampert already. Yeah, I do think the special men's sets are better than the physical ones. If you get a good singles theme that can support a Dragon Dance men's, it is nice. Okay. Okay. That's a interesting option in doubles. The issue is the overheat fire types, not just for this first match, but for future matches as well. They're fast and they're difficult to deal with. I don't know if I can really support Registeel. It's a decent switch in. I was already leeched. Was already raining and Toxic is discouraged at lower HP. Was I under 51% as well? I don't think I was. I think I probably dodged the 80%. God, okay. Okay. That's better. That's not. Okay, so fake out Gardevoir of Reggie in the back. Could be Gator in the back. If Giga Drain gets the... If Giga Drain passes the 80% check, it's +0. Bum, bum, bum. The farm, the swap count. I do think it's fake out guard. That was my knee-jerk reaction. And trace is... I think it is better. What is it? The first match is high risk. I'd feel safer if Hariyama was Fig Fat, to be honest. The AI does cheat with Fig Fat on its damage calcs. I'm quite tempted to take Regiseal. I do think Regiseal 4 is quite solid. I'm a bit worried about Fraligator when the game is not a 1v1. I guess the thing I'm most scared of is Calm Mind enemy psychics, which are not very common on match 1 with high risk, no type. And I do actually hit them hard enough, to be honest. It doesn't matter if I Earthquake my own Gardevoir there. It's an appropriate reaction. Regiamalide lead with Gardevoir on the back. Bit more flexible. Bit more control over when the trace occurs. It's just really nice to start out the match with a kill. Yeah. Hariyama could fake out the fire type and then Regiseal could T-wave it. I just think Regiseal is a superior defensive swap-in. I don't dislike the idea of Regiseal lead though. I think I'm going to put it in the back. Another thing this does is that it can win an infinite stall war quite often. If the enemy can't have access to Earthquake or something and we get double teams up. I think it's very unlikely we swap Hariyama actually. High risk. A trainer with a scary face. How rude. Miriam. Okay. That's pretty likely to be Golem 4. That's already high risk. High risk Dragonite, I think it's just Double Edge and Beam. So it's D-Knight 1, 2, 3, 4. And 5. Why do I always mix up 4 and 5 on D-Knight? Anyway, talk me out of the Ice Punch fake out. I can be talked into Ice Punch cross chop as well, I think. Talk me out of the Ice Punch fake out though. It's alright, we shouldn't. There's no hindsight in this stream. The fact that a dragon flying slower than guards showed up does not mean that it was correct to lead guard. Hyper Beam crit, so... I mean, that's not possible, right? We could miss D-Knight 1 or 2. The thing is, we're never using Fake Out on Dragonite anyway. I think we do Fake Out because of the risk of missing Cross Drop and then, yeah, probably Golem exploding or something. We also cover off the Quick Claw explosion. Although, it'll always be Quick Claw Earthquaking, really, because it's next to Dragonite. But covering off the Quick Claw Earthquake on turn 1 also seems worth it. We do not miss. That's nice. Okay. Decent chance it's a Destiny Bond Gengar because of high risk. The one downside of that is we do not know what that Dragonite was. Talk me out of Psychic. Golem is super, super likely to Earthquake here. Okay, so talking myself out of Psychic is basically to say that Gengar is unlikely to ever beat Registeel. It could be a Fire Punch Gengar set, though. Two D-Bond Gengars have Fire Punch, right? Biggest talking point against that, though, is that Hariyama is kind of always doing this. Yeah, so if it Destiny Bonds in a 1v1, it's a tie, and then the player loses. So Destiny Bond is quite a serious thing, and it can Destiny Bond with one Pokemon left. It doesn't check the number of Pokemon remaining. Destiny Bond just checks the HP of Gengar. Psychic, okay. No crit, okay. How much can we work out, really? It's very likely that Golem had the Quick Claw. Very likely. Really do not know much, do we? Really don't know very much. Thanks, Wingman. Thanks to the Prime. I don't think we can work out anything, actually. Yeah, D-Bond in the back isn't really it anyway. Free IV Gengar is also not really it. I don't think I want a random Dragonite. I guess the Lumberries and Bright Powder mean that it's less likely to be a Lumberry or Bright Powder Dragonite as well. Again, it's not narrowing it down that much, really. No, the Shadow Ball Gengars can still use Psychic on Hariyama. And they all have investment. I think we keep going. Nidoking 1 is the most likely here. It's double high risk with Horn Drill and Counter. Good news about Nidoking 1, it's very, very likely to use Counter because Gardevoir is special type. Psychic is a special type in Gen 3, and it's bugged. Unfortunately, Perish Song and Destiny Bond are also high-risk moves, and those are a bit more problematic. There's no difference, no. The AI has no preference to hit Gardevoir or Hariyama by default. It would rather go for a kill, if it can see one. That's about it. Another one, if this is a Thunderwave Mischievous set, Thunderwave is more likely to be aimed at Gardevoir. Because Gardevoir is faster and Hariyama is not. So Mischievous gets a plus score quite often on Thunderwave into a faster enemy, which is Gardevoir, but not into a slower enemy. We could fake out the Nidoking. I am considering it. Because we're Guts, we don't really care about poison points. In fact, it might be a good thing. There's no Gen 4 Nidoking 2 to worry about with Bright Powder. It's a bit greedy, but I think I quite like using Psychic and Cross Shop both into the Nidoking slot. Fake Out is faster, yeah. Fake Out is faster than Quick Claw. Because it has real priority. You'd Fake Out. I see the logic. Behind Fake Out. It's probably a mistake to assume that Mischievous is doing nothing. I could also switch Hariyama, I just don't think it's that. The thing about Nidoking 1 is it's really, really likely to use Counter. Counter has a 50% chance of getting a +4 score into Gardevoir. It's also entirely possible that it is not Nidoking 1, and that would make the Fake Out completely pointless. I could Rock Slide. Gets a little bit of damage on Mischievous. Feels a bit pointless though. Mischievous is not gonna beat Registeel. Okay. Suicune 2. Okay. I'm pretty sure we knocked it below 70%. Because the gap between the 1 and the 0 in the 100, that's 75%. So Suicune is going to protect. It's going to protect. I'd like to paralyze it. I'd also like to get rid of the Mischievous. I'm not. Yeah, I was about to say that, Ghost Rick. I actually kind of wanted to use Perishong. If it's not Nidoking 1, but Nidoking 4, it has to be Mischievous 1 or 3 or 4. But it can't be 4 because it Thunder Wave, so it's... So then Mizzy 1 or 3. I feel like we Psychic Mischievous. And I think we swap out Hariyama. Actually, what is the chance of Toxic? We're still above half with Hariyama. Okay. Or do we stay in then? Do we have to stay in because it could Toxic? Or is wasting Toxic on Regiseal better? Suicune Regiseal is definitely an infinite battle, I feel. I mean, I could get Omni boosts. One funny reason to keep Mischievous around would be to use Ancient Power against it, since it's not going to miss, and Mischievous does not have pressure. Get more chances at the Omni boost. Maybe I cross-shop Suicune again. It's bad for the PP management, but I kill it. I kill it if I get a move off. Do I want a Thunderbolt? I think I want a Thunderbolt actually because of the chance of the Toxic. I'm gonna Rock Slide, I think. Please, please. Okay. That should be GG. Okay. I don't know if it's Suicune 2 over Regiseal. I want to say it's actually not. Rock Slide is the best move. Alright. I don't think I'm taking it. I think the IV gap is very significant. In singles, I would take it, yeah. Well, that's scary. Particularly because I can't Thunderbolt it next to Manectric. I think let's fake out Lapras and Psychic Manectric. Surely it's static. Surely. There's a really nasty continuation here, which is that Manectric crits Gardevoir. I can't do much about that, though. Marowak in the bag, please, no. Oh, the rain might not be good news, though. Do I want to recycle my fake out? Or do I want to stay in and click the move cross chop? It's definitely a fat Lapras, yeah. Let's do some eliminations. Obviously, Lapras 1 would be leftovers, we'd know. Lapras 2 is no bulk. So is 5. I doubt it's 4 or 6. We could potentially ruler. But honestly, given that it's high risk, I have to put Flareon 3 and 4, both high risk. It's only Flareon 2 that it would influence. It's also a mistake to discount the risk that Flareon poses. The rain is nice. I wonder if we actually should put Regiseal in case this is Flareon 4. The downside of that is that obviously Lapras 7 and 8 are quite spooky to switch into and waste time against. I think I Thunderbolt Cross Chop. If it's Flareon 4, I can Earthquake it. And also Flareon 2, 3, 4 block Lapras 8 anyway. So in many ways, the biggest fear might be Flareon 1, but it's still going to be raining in 2 turns' time. Does Thunderbolt Rock Slide kill? No. I need to cross chop. Lapras 7 is calm. Is Lapras 8 also calm? Let me check. Okay. Lapras 8 is also calm, yeah. I don't think it will matter after the quick attack. Not the quick attack, the fake out damage though. Oh no. Yeah. It can't be Flareon 4 because of weather. So it's 2 or 3. Yeah, you're right. It can't be double weather. In that case, there's even more reason to stay in. It's very likely it's Lapras 3 or 7. There might be a reason to Rock Slide actually, because of Flareon. Put Flareon into Regiseal range if it's Flareon 3. Yeah, this was the opening. Nice, we missed a 90% move, so we would have missed an 80% move, surely. Okay. Okay. I risk again? Okay. I completely forgot that Flareon 4 had Sunny Day. Because I was so focused about the rain turns remaining and overheat. Don't know anything about the Manectric, fundamentally. Okay. Houndoom, admittedly, is on the list of things I'd be concerned about. Do I just kill Medicham and fake out? Do I kill Medicham and Earthquake? I kind of like killing Medicham and Earthquaking. Gardevoir goes down quite often when I do that. Houndoom could kill Hariyama as well, though, because I'm not thick fat. Could be crit. It's unlikely the final Pokemon is also faster than Gardevoir, though. And it's unlikely the final Pokemon also threatens Hariyama. Could be fake out from Medicham. I've got no way around that, though. Okay. That's comical damage. Okay, so we took 78. We'll be in range of most of them, right? Houndoom 3 is quirky. Okay, so the main risk would be Houndoom 2 and 4. I flinched first, though. So it's not Houndoom 1. So it's like the opposite. Houndoom flinched first. It's not Houndoom 1. What's the roll of Fire Blast? 199 and 320. And 266. Okay, so I live Fire Blast, but I don't live Overheat. Oh, that fake out is so annoying. I wonder if I actually put Regiseal in. Do I switch to Regiseal and Earthquake? Which sounds a bit unhinged, but... And then what happens if I get hit by Psychic and Blast? Should always be using Crunch, though, right? Okay, so then I assume it's Houndoom 3. I'd never drop. I want to swap an Earthquake. It's no type. It's no types. It's very unlikely that... I don't think there's anything in the back that's possible that's immune to Psychic. But if Hariyama gets hit here, then it might be difficult to play the final turn. And how often do I Earthquake my own Gardevoir? It would have to be a crit on Reggie, right? And what's the overheat behavior at this low HP? Would Thunderbolt kill Houndoom? It would, yeah, but Houndoom is faster. So the check on overheat is 60%. I mean, that's more reason to switch. That is much more reason to switch. I'm swapping. I'm swapping. Okay, that's not a surprise. Don't crit. Nice. And don't crit Registeel. Nice. That's definitely Slack range. Might have to cycle Hariyama out so I can fake out Medicham. Okay. So the real question is whether or not that was Houndoom 2 or 4. Because that can tell us whether or not this can be Blastoise 1. Houndoom 4 would also block Blastoise 1 though through the weather. Through the weather quote. Okay. I should be pretty safe here. The question is going to be whether or not I have the capacity to use Earthquake, which I probably do not. I mean, outside of ridiculous crits, Medicham can't endure, and also take something down. It's definitely T-Wave on Medicham from Registeel, I feel. It might be T-Wave and Earthquake. The problem is that these two speed tie at base 50, right? Which is a downside I hadn't really thought about before just now. For room. You don't have enough room to display all the 10 set Pokemons in Gen 3. How do I feel about rock sliding? Yeah, in Gen 4 there's only 4 Pokemon max on enemy teams. 4 sets max. Kingdom Come. I actually didn't activate the Endure. Actually, if we just paralyze Blastoise, isn't that the end of the game? People want. I mean, I do understand. I do understand. Maybe we get rid of the high risk, high return text, or we move it to the bottom left. That's a huge crit. The view them unscrollable. Do you mean by scrolling? You mean they move? I mean, that sounds quite annoying, right? Right, time for focus band spam. It's the largest amount of movesets of Boon or a Bane. In what sense? No type. Phrase. Are we talking about making the Pokemon good? Making it annoying to play? Making it more fun to play? I wonder if my stream is heavily delayed. Okay. It's not Wheezing 2. That's high risk on its own. It's also pretty unlikely to be Raichu 2, due to Wheezing 3 and 4 both being high risk. Is it easier or harder to get a good streak in the Frontier? So, Gen 3 is easier. Mostly because there are just fewer enemies to deal with. And mostly because the physical special split makes it much easier to deal with broad categorizations of Pokemon. Like, Blissey beats water types in Gen 3. But in Gen 4 it kind of doesn't. Because a lot of physical water types in Gen 4 can deal through Blissey. They can go through it with a Waterfall Flinch or something. Honestly, I really want to use Psychic and Earthquake. What I don't want to do is put Raichu in a really nice reversal roll with Psychic. I don't want to get paralyzed, even with Guts. Okay. And now we miss Raichu. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. That happened. I'm not in flamethrower range from wheezing, which is very important. I'm mostly switching in case it explodes. Oh, okay. At least it's not Suicune 1. Because of double team from Raichu. Small comfort though. I think we leave Raichu there for a bit. Would you ever consider doing the 3DS Battle Frontier? If it existed, I would. Sadly, the Battle Frontier does not exist after Gen 4. It never returned. I would never miss Suicune with Cross Chop. That would never happen. Okay, it's 5 or 6. It's 6, because there's no Lum. Reggie might be on its own quite soon. I've never seen Raichu 1 do so much damage. Normally it goofs around with double team much more than this. Yeah, I gotta play some Battle Subway. The problem with the Battle Subway is fun, I think. Apart from Durant. The Gen 6 Battle Tower, I'm not sure how interested I am in that. That's the easiest one. You get Mega Pokemon there and the enemy does not. The Gen 6, it's the one time in the entire Battle Frontier series where you have an advantage that the enemy does not. You get Megas and they don't, and it's a massive difference. And then Battle Tree, which is Gen 7, is more interesting to me again. I'm definitely more interested in that. Oh my god, Gunner. Thanks for the raid, Gunner. That's crazy. How was Fire Red Round 2? That's a crazy raid. Oh no. The pressure is on. We're about to lose to Raichu 1 in the Battle Factory doubles. I really don't want to Earthquake my own Gardevoir. Gardevoir is going to come in this turn. Hariyama will die to Raichu. I'm considering Ancient Power, but Ancient Power is a contact move in Gen 3. Also got to consider the chance of the static. I could double team as well. Like, low-key, do I actually want Raichu to spam double team? It's more likely to spam double team once it's above 90% HP. It's kind of Suicune that has to be killed. We know it's Suicune 6. Hariyama shouldn't get its move off, but if it does, I'll cross chop. Don't ice beam me. That's nuts. Actually nuts. I'd forgotten about the Calm Mind boost. Suicune lives. And it's gonna rest. I'm in trouble. I'm wondering if Earthquake does enough. I really, really doubt it. The good news is I think it does. I think 2 Earthquakes does do enough to Suicune. You know what the downside is here, actually? Raichu is going to use Quick Attack, so I'm not going to get the Thunderbolt. It can't be Suicune 5 because of Lumberry. Okay, so if I miss Raichu, I'm in huge trouble. Huge trouble. Quick Attack could miss, I guess. No Static either. We traced Static. This is really quite terrible. Could go for the double team, but I don't think it's worth it. Please hit Raichu. It's a massive crit. Okay. So we probably lose here. My best chance of winning is certainly Suicune choking with a paralysis or with a surf over rest. Oh, it's doubles. No. I win. I win because it's doubles. The doubles guts glitch. Suicune is paralyzed. It can't use rest. It has to use surf. So unless it gets a surf crit, I win. I'm pretty sure. Guts glitch mattering huge. Okay. I don't know where this match went wrong, to be honest. I mean, Wheezing Focus Band was horrendous. I guess it was the Wheezing Focus Band. Yeah, I guess it was the Wheezing Focus Band. Suicune 6 is an unbelievably scary Pokemon. So the Guts glitch is it's only in doubles. If you inflict status on a Pokemon, and that Pokemon does not have the ability Guts, then that Pokemon kind of gets like mega taunted. Like it can't use status moves. So Suicune doesn't have the ability Guts, and Suicune therefore can't use Rest. But ironically, it doesn't happen against Pokemon with Guts. It's definitely a glitch because it's meant to be that Pokemon that are statused in doubles with Guts are more likely to attack. But they got the check wrong, and it checks for not Guts. The Suicune 6 come in the back. Suicune 6 is such a good Pokemon. But it is doubles, which means nerfed surf damage. I don't want to interfere with the lead. No, I think this is a Gen 3 moment where you just sort of never swap. It is a high-risk duo. My gut feeling is to fake out Ursaring. It's the more likely issue, particularly with Quick Claw. The really bad scenario would be Ursaring 4, dodging Fake Out, and then Double Edge into Guard. I think we definitely want to Psychic the Ursaring, so make sure that the Double Edge sets kill themselves as they try and kill Gardevoir. If they do Quick Claw next turn, like Ursaring 2, for example. Leaving Shiftry alone. So if it's Shiftry 1, obviously it can get the Fake Out. Can't play around that. It's more likely to be Shiftry 3 or 4, because Explosion is a high-risk move. Yeah, I think we do this. I'm happy with this. Okay. We did a big chunk. They're all very similar in bulk, though. I don't think we're going to figure that out. And then we took 56 from Shiftry, which must be Shiftry 4. I kind of want to put Registeel in. Earthquake's not on the table here from Ursaring. In some way, Freddy is the most annoying one. No, Ursaring 2 won't Earthquake here because Shiftry gets hit by it. It's going to Double Edge. Mega Kick can miss. We're faster. It's not Ursaring 3. I think I paralyzed Shiftry. Do we care about hitting it immediately? I kind of do, right? High risk Regice implies the explosion set. Explosion and counter. I don't want to be countered on Rock Slide either. Okay. Not Regice 4. 8 Urswings, yeah, I'm not sure why. I'm not sure why there were 8 Urswings and 8 Gardevoirs. Normal, high risk. A tiny bit scared of the Snorlax, right? A tiny bit. Can't be Urswing, which is quite big information potentially. I think Snorlax is very likely. Very, very likely. What did we see? What did we see? Urswing was slower than Hariyama. We don't know if you got Regice. We'd never take Regice anyway. It is a fake out Shiftry, but I think we'll leave it. Dojo is also quite likely because of Dojo 4. Fearow is also high risk. It could be Freddy, yeah. It's possible. No, Pokemon with more sets do appear more often. So because Snorlax has 8 sets, Snorlax is more likely to appear than Exploud. Urswing would normally be more likely to appear as well, but Urswing was in the last match, so because of species clause, it can't be Urswing again. Miltank is also a... Miltank and Tauros are both very common in normal high risk. I'm not sure Bright Powder doesn't pick you from your teammates. I don't know. I honestly don't know. You might be right about that. Okay. It's very likely to be Gramble 2, since that's high risk on its own. But it's also pretty likely to be Kang 1 or 4, since counter and reversal... Not... Blur. Counter and reversal are high risk. So that is a potential fake out. Decently likely. I'm kind of considering getting Gardevoir out of here now. Same with Hariyama, but I think Hariyama needs to stay in and use Fake Out. I think we're going to Fake Out the Gramble in case it's Gramble free. Gramble free, Quick Claw, Double Edge into Gardevoir. That would be a terrible way to start the game. In contrast, Kangaskhan isn't doing as much. Kangaskhan Scare Set is Skang 4 because of Bright Powder. Maybe we just Psychic Gramble as well as Fake Out and leave Kang there. I don't think Kang is going to be able to beat Registeel very easily here. No, I really don't think it's going to have a good chance. I think we get rid of Granbull, actually. Granbull 2, ironically, is not scary. But Granbull 2 will survive the Fake Out Psychic. So we can leave Granbull 2 there. Granbull 1 and 3 have identical bulk. And Granbull 4 will definitely die. Because there's no bulk. No Fake Out from Kang. Okay, it's Kang free. And we crit. Okay. I did not pay attention to the Fake Out damage. Okay. So definitely kill Dugtrio before Registeel comes in. I think we Psychic and Earthquake, right? In case we get fissured on Gardevoir. Or crit on Gardevoir. It means we potentially Earthquake our own Regiseal, but that's fine. It does mean we Earthquake Kang, which is not what I want. It's the most notorious set in the Gen 3 Frontier. Like in the factory, it's probably Latios 1. I think in the overall Frontier, probably the most notorious set might be Belly Drum Snorlax. The Choice Band Aero 2 is a bit of a nasty mon. The Rhydon sets are very famous, but they're all sort of like the same. Rhydon 2, 3, and 4. Honestly, it might be Registeel. It might be Registeel 4 and 5. We definitely take out Doug. If we can. I'm wondering if we Earthquake. I think the chip damage into Kang is actually extraordinarily annoying. I am a little bit vulnerable to Cross Chop missing, and then Dugtrio hits both Fishers into Gardevoir and Registeel. Of course, if it's not Dugtrio 3 or 4, it actually can't use Earthquake here, and is therefore going to be somewhat useless. Level 50 is supposed to be easier. Yes, I would say level 50 is easier. Honestly, the most notorious set might be Suicune 1, actually. Yeah, I think it might be Suicune 1. Suicune 1 is almost always a problem. Is the world record for both 100... It's counted separately, Zerify. Currently, the leaderboards do separate between 50 and 100. I think uniting 50 and 100 makes sense, though, because there's barely any difference. Like, 100 is slightly easier for max streaks. If you want to get gold print, I think 50 is easier, but for big win streaks, 100 is slightly easier. But it's a very small difference. I think I'm going to cross-up. I do not want to hit Kang free with Earthquake. I do not want to help it. Right now, it's just going to spam Thunderbolt like an idiot. Or even Endure, okay. Because Thunderbolt is -1. Okay, we didn't die. It's fine. It can't reversal both of my Pokemon at once. I clicked through it too fast and it's ignored the win streak update. I need to manually update that to 84. Or maybe that happened on an earlier game. The difference between 50 and 100 is very small. I really doubt there's someone in the community who finds gold print at 50 easy, but gold print at 100 really hard. It's a small difference. Bum, 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 bum. No type, no phrase. Am I going to get an easy one? No. No. Okay. I think Suicune belongs in the back. Because I think we're much better off when Surf isn't being nerfed. Okay. We were talking about Urswing 2 just a moment ago. There's a scary Urswing set. Wow, okay. Huh. I think it is always going to be Flygon, Urswing, Suicune. Flygon is, so for those of you who don't know, Flygon is actually really good in the Frontier. Well, it's still a bit flawed, but Flygon has a funny bug. Because it's ground dragon type, enemy Pokemon with Thunder Wave try to use Thunder Wave on Flygon. They don't understand that Flygon is immune to Thunder Wave. And because Thunder Wave is heavily incentivized when the player's Pokemon is faster than the enemy, and Flygon is of course faster than most Thunder Wavers, a lot of Thunder Wavers become useless when Flygon is on the field. It's the one major niche that Flygon has. Yeah, I would say that up until 49, level 50 is slightly higher skill to get there consistently. But no one really cares about the first few rounds because most players just butter mash through it and it doesn't really matter if you are consistent at round 2 or 3 or not. Even round 5. It's annoying to lose at round 5, but it's not very long to get back there. See, I don't think we're taking the Fire Blast. I don't think we're taking the Endure Flail Lantern. Suicune is really nice. Blocking Suicune is also really nice. This thing is perfectly serviceable. Oh yeah, the gold print is still hard, but I just don't think that it's unlikely the skill difference is going to come into play for newer players on 50 versus 100, unless you're playing quite slowly. I think it's quite clearly these three. And I think it's quite clearly this order as well. The early rounds in level 50 and Gen 3 are a bit of a slog. Because a lot of the early round Pokemon sets have defensive EV investments. So it takes a long time for them to kill each other. And then there's some, like, kind of cursed things happening the tier 4 and 5 Pokemon, because a lot of set 1s are a bit weird and a lot of set 2s are a bit too strong. Got it on your knees, Charlie. Okay. That's probably a double-edged Earthquake into Regice. Regice 4 would unstick me slightly. Regice 4 is bold. Max HP, max defense. How do I feel about ignoring Victory Bell apart from the Flygon Earthquake? Could backfire slightly. Hold on. Well, I'm just going to turn that off for a second to answer chat questions. Do draft Pokemon have an IV advantage in Gen 3? Yes, they do. As long as your Tower Streak is 0. So as long as your level 50 Tower Streak is 0, your Pokemon get better and better IVs with each round, but the enemies never do. Noland has regular IVs, though. How likely is it for a top player to get 49 plus in one attempt? If you're really trying, I think it's probably about 50%. How many attempts until they 99% have gold? Yeah, the top player should do it in a few attempts. Like 3 or 4 attempts at most. The thing is, most top players will not do max try hard to 49. Because it's just more efficient to blast it. Well, the problem is, if you get a bad draft, you just lose, right? If you get a bad draft and a strong matchup appears at Smart AI, it's just over. And I also think the boss battle at 21 and 42 is quite a serious block if you're slightly unlucky. Like, a little bit of bad luck against Noland, it's kind of over. Because of his Pokemon have IV parity and, you know, if he rolls good Pokemon and you don't have a good team, you're in trouble. I think I have to Earthquake Double Edge here. I do not want Regice to have a turn. I do not want Regice to reach Suicune either. Regice 2 Bright Powder would also be super annoying. I'd love to crit the Victory Bell. Okay. I was building up how Flygon is immune to paralysis through Thunderwave, but that does not apply to Stun Spore, obviously. Wow, okay. Latias in the back. Is that going to be another Double Edge? $152. I'm dead to quite a lot of these. Suicune is really good into Latias, though. Even if it's a Thunderbolt set, I'll outspeed them. I'm just wondering if it's better to kill the Victory Bell or to Dragon Claw Latias, because Dragon Claw Ice Beam will be a roll on some of the bulkier Latias sets. I'm probably most scared of Latias 1, 2, 3, though. In terms of like Pokemon that could actually get through Suicune. So then it would only be Latias 1 that would be able to live the Dragon Claw Ice Beam. And Latias 3 could Focus Ban, Latias 2 could Quick Claw, but... So I guess they're all somewhat likely. I could also Quick Claw the Ursaring into those as well. I'm probably also fighting against Latias 3 because it doesn't have Psychic. So quite often that's not going to kill Ursaring. Yeah, I think we go after Latias here. It's not a Bright Powder Latias, which is important. That's another way this could go wrong. I think we go after Latias. The downside is that Suicune could be paralyzed by Stun Spore. But the thing is that Victory Bell is already faster than Flygon, so attacking Victory Bell doesn't actually help Suicune. Oh, Quick Claw, okay. Is it going to be a Quick Claw Latias? No. It didn't kill. I'm pretty sure it's going to be 1 or 7, right? Can 3 and 7 live? I mean, 2 and 7, can they live? I'll check that in a second. Okay, that's GG. Right, let me check the damage calc on no bulk Latias at level 100. At level 50 it would always kill, but level 100 has a slight nerf to all damage, global damage nerf. check against 2. Okay, no. That's Latias 1. I think we have to take Latias 1. And I think we're dropping Urswing for it. Latias 1, obviously one of the best Pokemon in the factory. It's not as good with 3 IVs, but it's still damn fast, and it has a Lum. It's really nice. Yeah, double dragons. It's Gen 3. The ice weakness is kind of fake. The biggest problem would actually be other dragons, but we have Suicune in the back with Ice Beam. I'm not worried about it going badly wrong. Whoops, almost accepted Regice. What is it? High risk, okay. Yep. Okay, so we're gonna Earthquake. Definitely want to Earthquake. I think we'll let Registeel sit. The fact that we Earthquake it is big. We're not that scared of Registeel 4 anyway. Because Flygon is immune to Thunder Wave and Latias has Lum. It's more likely to be Registeel 3, which is actually quite likely to use Counter. Okay, do I want to Dragon Claw the Tauros instead then? Latias Tauros is a speed type, base 110. I don't want to get countered. At the same time, there's a good chance it's not Registeel 3, and I would therefore much rather use Earthquake against the rest. I'm going to Earthquake. And we're going to take out the Tauros. Tauros 1 is faster, the rest are our speed tie. I don't gain a lot by going for a non-psychic move. I guess Tauros 4 could dodge. Honestly, even against Tauros 4 though, I think I'd want to use Psychic. Just to make sure Surf kills. From Latias. It's not a very bulky Registeel. That's a -1 Earthquake. We'll see what it is, I guess. Swampert, okay. It is Registeel 3, very likely. Oh no, every Swampert is also high risk. It can be 1. I think Curse is more likely than Amnesia, though. I believe. How do I lose this? Can't see it. I guess Registeel 1, maybe? Maybe Registeel 1 can do it? I want to isolate it anyway, though. Could be Mirror-Coated here by Swampert, I guess. Okay. Explosion crit on the Suicune? No. Definitely want to kill you now. Be very scary if Explosion killed Suicune. It would have to crit. It would have to crit through the Bright Powder as well. Reggie 1 retired. No type high risk. It was an Ice Beam Swampert. That's all we know. We saw Taurus Double Edge. I don't think we're looking for a swap here. We've got a pretty good team. Okay. Main fear is going to be counter from Blissey, right? I think I have to Earthquake though. I think it's kind of critical that I go for it. Now Latias, what is Latias doing? Because the chip damage into Blissey is not irrelevant, but if I want to kill Entei 5 and 6, I need to attack them with Latias as well. Entei 5 and 6 run defense. And maybe I crit Entei 1, 3, Entei 1 to 4. Makes it worth it as well. Okay, it's definitely Entei 5 or 6, good to know. Quite likely to be Entei 5 because of high risk. In singles, Blissey 1 is a very nice Pokemon, but in doubles, I don't think I'm ever taking that with a solid Pokemon in the back already there. Probably the worst thing that could happen is double team, I guess. I don't think I care if Raikou 6 lives. I think I'd rather confirm the kill into Vileplume. And we'll Ice Beam or Psychic. Is Ice Beam better upside against Vileplume 2? I think Psychic better upside. We also have the upside of doing more damage if we crit with Earthquake. Okay. So that's no more high risk. I always say I have to remove this version of the song from the playlist. Liam. Okay, it's not Zam 3. So the biggest oof here would be what to do after Zam 1 or 3, Zam 1 or 4 Ice Punch, right? And I feel like the best thing to do is just simply kill them. Have faith in Suicune. Scariest thing in the back would probably have to be an electric type. The risk then becomes, what if Zam 104 gets the band or the bright powder? Suicune is faster than them. Suicune does run speed, Suicune 4. I think I always follow up into the Alakazam instead of hitting the other slot. And we Ice Beam in case of the Focus Band activation. Okay. Should have gone for the other one. That's fine, though. Okay. Bright Powder and Focus Band would make this closer. Okay. And I don't care what this is. Water, high risk. Slow and steady. Water, slow and steady. So Lapras and Lantern, very likely. Suicune not amazing here. I think if this was match 8... Sorry, if this was match 8, I would be... Anyway, if this was match 7, I might drop Suicune, maybe. Probably not, though. Like, Suicune is just annoying for the other water types to deal with as it is to deal with them directly. And Bite is good insurance into stuff like Starmie. Yeah, Lantern 1 is slow and steady on its own, and so is Lapras 1. And we wouldn't be that scared of either of them. The scary, slow and steady Lapras would be Lapras 8 because of Sing and Attract. Those are slow and steady moves. Okay. So Dugong 2 is slow and steady as well. Crobat 2 and 4 very likely, and Dugong 2 very likely, I guess. Confuse Ray is so annoying. We know that there's a water in the back. I'm kind of tempted to put Flygon out. At the same time, the water in the back might also have an ice move for it, obviously. It is tempting to put Suicune into Flygon's slot here, though. I'll one-shot Crobat 4 easily. It's Crobat 2 that I'm more annoyed by. It's either switch or I double the Dugong. And the doubling the Dugong is risky versus Confuse Ray. But it has to be Confuse Ray into Flygon. I think we'll go for it. The backwater one is also quite likely to have an ice move, since these two are quite likely to deal with slow and steady on their own. we are faster. So it's not Crobat 4. Yeah, it's Crobat 2. Okay. Let's try and hit the Whiscash, I guess. To cover for Whiscash. Whiscash 4. We got a raid from Gunner. I'm not sure if my Twitch chat like balked though. So didn't see any raiders send a message. I'm really sorry if I missed any raider messages. Okay, no Quick Claw. It's fine. No type. No phrase. It actually had to be Dugong 2. Because of slow and steady. Okay, what have you got for me? I think this time I do deal with Victory Bell directly. Go for the Earthquake because we could crit it, and we could also miss Victory Bell 3 or 4 with Latias. It's definitely not Victory Bell 1. Okay, this is very likely over. I think we beat even if it can't actually be Nidoking 1 though because of high risk. So yeah. Wow, that was one of the fastest doubles rounds I've ever done. The secret of doubles, you just don't swap. I mean, we took the Latias, but it was Latias 1. Water high risk. Bit ominous for Swampert and Lapras, but we've got a Lapras. Docile. Oh well. I mean, maybe we take it. Water Absorb is kind of cute. It's not as good in doubles, though. Water moves are not used that often because of how weak a surf is. Okay. These are good singles mons, but this is doubles. I'm a little bit concerned. Okay, Electabuzz 3 is really nice for doubles. Medicham. Oh, high jump kick kills it. Medicham 1. It won't show up on the overlay because of high jump kick not being the word high. In the dictionary, it's high. In my dictionary that I use to look up sets. I'm actually not sure. It's probably Electabuzz Venusaur lead with Regice in the back. But Venusaur free without the ability to freely Earthquake is a bit useless. It might actually be Regice Venusaur lead with Electabuzz in the back. I'm a bit worried about the water spec. Yeah, I think I'm going to put Electabuzz in the back, and hopefully I can swap Regice or Venusaur out for a better Pokemon. Yeah, the other Pokemon is Medicham 1, but it won't show up in the overlay because of a bug. I'd love to put Electabuzz up front. We'll go with it. Because I kind of want to put a floater over Regice as a swap. Okay. Swampert 2, very, very likely it's high risk on its own, but if it's a high risk Entei, if it's double edge Entei, then it can be any Swampert set. Swampert is never going to Earthquake next to Entei, of course. I think I'm kind of considering switching out Venusaur. I think I'm going to T-Wave and Earthquake. I'm a little bit concerned about the counter potential, though. Counter is more likely than Miracoat here because Regice is a pure special type. It's pure ice. Which means counter gets promoted, but Miracoat does not. In that case, I could just Sludge Bomb Entei. The problem there is that if I poison it, then I can't Thunderwave it. Could also just Double Team. Double Team not crazy. Ice Beam also not crazy. Ice isn't physical this gen, Ice is special. So another water in the back as well. I think it's a good idea to get a move on with this. Okay. I didn't expect that. So Solar Beam is being targeted into Regice because Venusaur resisted. Let's Ice Beam the water. Shall I Ice Beam or shall I T-Wave the water in the back? Because it actually can't be a... It can't be a water ground. Because if it was water ground, it would be a tide type thing with Swampert. It could be Lantern. But even Lantern is a 50-50. I think I'm just going to Thunderwave the Backmon. And I'm actually... Do I Earthquake? We'll see. Okay. Well, I really want to Earthquake now, obviously. I'm not as concerned about Tentacle 1 and 2. And I want to therefore Earthquake Ice Beam because it kills Tentacle 3 and 4. It's tentacle 3 or 4. I don't think it's tentacle. If I knew it was tentacle 3, I might take it, but I don't want tentacle 4. I don't want Swampert 2. It was a bulky Swampert. It must have been Swampert 2. Well, it might be difficult to swap out of this team, actually. Okay. 2 clowns. Urswing's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Do I need to Ice Beam Sludge Bomb Urswing immediately? Slow and Steady does heavily imply Gengar 1 or 2, though, which is very cringe. Everyone hates Gengar 1 and 2. I think both attacks need to go into Urswing. I could maybe consider Thunder Waving Gengar. It would normally be a horrible idea because of Lumberry, but it's so likely to be Gengar 1 or 2. Like, the only slow and steady Urswing is Urswing 6, Freddy. With Yawn. I'm going to T-Wave it. I'm going to T-Wave the Gengar. Well, hopefully I'll T-Wave it. Sludge Bomb could poison Urswing. I will accept that, though, because at least then Electabuzz always kills it. Urswing, fairly likely to spam Earthquake. But it does not have to be an Earthquake Urswing. Okay, that's very annoying. Okay. Mega Kick. It's probably Urswing 5. Because Urswing 1 would much rather use Counter. Okay, so that's both Pokemon hitting the Urswing, definitely. Okay. Yeah, that's really annoying. It's not Alakazam 3, because that would be impossible to predict. The scary one is definitely Alakazam 2 or 4. Particularly 4. Let's Ice Beam. Carmine is tricky, right? Let's go for Alakazam though. Alakazam is definitely the bigger threat. That's fine. Very nice crit. Okay, that's the end of the game. Doesn't really matter what happens. I just need to make sure I don't switch Electabuzz in too early. Battles flow, so weather. And Alakazam fire punched, which doesn't narrow it down between Alakazam 1 and Alakazam 4. Okay, it's very likely to be Glalie 1 and D-Knight 9 or 10. As those are the weather Pokemon. I think we're definitely going after D-Knight with Ice Beam. There's no doubt about that. I think the question is what Venusaur wants to do. Glalie is so likely to use Protect. Perhaps I just Sleep Powder. Or perhaps I just Sludge Bomb the Glalie in case it does use Hail. No, it wouldn't. I'm gonna Sludge just in case it doesn't go for Protect. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So it could be Manectric 2. There's no reason it can't be 3 weather Pokemon on the same team. I could Hail. But Haley is going to Hail, most likely. All I'll do is I'll Thunder Wave the Manectric slot. In case, for some reason, Venusaur doesn't kill it. It should be Thunder Wave being redirected into Glalie, but that's fine. Manectric 3 and 4 are Lum, but again, this is only if Venusaur somehow fails the kill. It's fine. Fire? Endurance? Entei? Entei Moltres, yes. There's Endure Blaziken, that's obviously Endurance. There's the Protect Rapidash set, yes. There's the Endure Flareon. And then there's the Rest Houndoom. Entei and Moltres must be so likely right now, though. I'm kind of thinking about the Dragonite 9. Not terrible. It's Endurance. Yeah, you need 3 protecting moves. Endurance is Endure, Rest, Protect. Light Screen and Reflect are also Endurance moves. It's quite rare. Quite rare. I don't think Regice is too concerned about this, though. It's actually Venusaur that might be in trouble. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. So it's very likely to be Dodrio 1 or 2 for rest and protect respectively. And then I guess it has to be double endurance in the back. So it has to be it actually has to be Entei 5. It has to be Entei 5 in the back. Hey, bastardized. Yeah, so it's Dojo 1 or 2. And then it has to be Entei 5 in the back. And Arcanine can be anything. I guess Arcanine 1 is less likely because of the King's Rock clash with Dojo 2. Thanks, Kosik. So the big problem here is obviously the overheat sets into Venusaur. We might have to Thunderwave Arcanine. I think we might have to Thunderwave the Arcanine. We can't attack Dodrio because Dodrio 2 is going to use Protect. We're going to have to Thunderwave Arcanine so that we can kill Arcanine 3 and 4 before they hurt Electabuzz. Which might not be guaranteed. Oh yeah, this is not good. Not good. It's not Arcanine 4 though, because that's high risk on its own. If it's Arcanine 3. I don't think it makes sense to switch out Venusaur though. We'll Thunderwave the Arcanine. It could be Arcanine 2. However, Arcanine 2 is not going to one-shot Venusaur. So I'm not as concerned about wasting my turn versus Arcanine 2. Okay, and if I live... I got Golden Psychic. Nice, Psyduck Hall complete. Honchkrow, that's a good one. Actually, I don't know what the Honchkrow Hall set is. I assume that's good. I'm really not sure what I do with Venusaur, you know? I'm really not sure. Counter wins, nice. Like, do I sleep powder Dodrio? It could be early bird, but the damage into it is irrelevant with Regice and Electabuzz. I guess I probably Sludge Bomb Arcanine. Does Sludge Bomb Thunderbolt kill? Probably not. I don't want to poison the Arcanine. I don't want to paralyze it. I think it's Sleep Powder. This is so weird. Okay, it's not Dojo 1, it has to be Dojo 2. Oh, it's Arcanine 1, okay. Chesto Berry, that's fine. So they're both going to see kills into Venusaur, which is not a bad thing. That's always going to be E-Speed, right? That's always going to be E-Speed into Venusaur. So the Pokemon that hits Electabuzz would be Dodrio. I do need to kill Entei 5 as well. How am I going to do that? Entei 5 is the Endure Reflect set. If Regice doesn't get burned, it can do it. I'm a bit worried about Dodrio getting the I've got a Lumbear on Electabuzz, but the Tri-Attack crit would be bad, right? Do I want Entei to come in that scenario? I do, as long as it's not Tri-Attack, I guess. If it's Drill Peck, I want to kill Dodrio with Regice. Make me feel like the one. It's about 70% to Electabuzz, Dodrio. That's a lot. I wonder if I want to put Electabuzz in, actually. How am I going to paralyze Entei in that scenario, though? I think I need to Earthquake Entei with Venusaur, and I'm not sure how I can do that. I guess the alternative is that I don't try and kill Dodrio. That's safer in case it does try attack. So 133 average it does to Electabuzz. Jesus. Arcanine hits too hard. Okay. That's actually really, really bad. I think we kind of have to go all in on Drill Peck, which I really hate. I really, really hate it. Because I think I've got to try and recycle the Venusaur somehow for... Somehow get it in for Entei. Yep, we have to go all in. We have to go all in. I wish there was a better way around this, but extreme speed is such a massive problem. I also am fine if I do get a full paralyzed turn on Arcanine in one of the following 2 or 3 turns. Arcanine gets fully paralyzed, that's also a bailout. But it's mostly the 50-50 on Drill Peck versus Tri-Attack from Dodrio 1. We know that Entei's in the back. Entei 5. Okay. That's probably it, unfortunately. Even if I'd stayed in, it meant Electabuzz gets hit by Tri-Attack after the extreme speed. So I definitely need Arcanine to get paralyzed here. It's the last major way I can win, I think. Arcanine gets paralyzed. Oh, Arcanine 1 was so unlikely. Because of the King's Rock clash with Dodrio. Oh no. It has to be Entei 5. Because of endurance. There is a chance here. There is a chance. Definitely need Entei to waste some time on Reflect. And we want to kill Arcanine first anyway, because Flamethrower has more PP than Fire Blast. So we paralyze the... Oh no, the... If we paralyze Entei, it can't actually use Reflect anymore. Or do we actually paralyze Entei because of the Guts glitch in doubles? It'll disable the ability to use the move Reflect, and later to use the move Endure. The thing about Reflect is, even if it gets used, it can't be used again for 4 turns. So don't full paralyzed turns actually buy me more time. Because full paralyzed turns are 1 in 4 anyway, and Reflect at best is 1 in 4. More reasonable guess, because it's not encouraged, is like 1 in 7. I have a weirdly high chance of winning this. It might look hopeless, but I have a weirdly high chance of winning this. It's also Intimidate Arcanine. We saw that at the start, so Entei isn't going to activate Flash Fire against it. If Arcanine was Flash Fire, this would be a Flame Fire Blast into Arcanine every time from Entei. I think I go for the Entei. Oops. I think it's Thunderwave. It's a bad start. That is a bad start. Arcanine finally gets fully paralyzed. I'm going to need Hail to kill these. And I want to kill Arcanine first, I know that. We'll have to check the damage roll of Ice Beam on Arcanine, I think. Over 5 turns, Hail does 31% to both of them. That's permanent damage. Another complicating factor is that once Arcanine runs out of Flamethrower, it will start to use Extreme Speed, and Extreme Speed can get the King's Rock flinch. I think Regice versus Entei is very good odds for me, but against both of these, it's pretty bad odds. Okay, so Ice Beam does a bit over a quarter. So I probably immediately go for Arcanine. So the way the boosts work in Evasion is it's 3 over 3 plus n, where n is the boost count. So 3 double teams is a 50% chance to dodge every move. That's probably the end point. I think it's 2 or 3 double teams here. I think it's 2 or 3. Another complicating factor is that against Entei, even if I beat Arcanine, I'm going to be running into problems against Pressure Entei with Ice Beam PP. How much do I do against Entei 5? I do about 60 on average, okay. Yeah, what I think it is, it's definitely at least 1 double team. I think it's probably 3 double teams. After 3 double teams, Arcanine only has a 37% chance to hit me with the paralysis and the 50% chance of dodging at +3 evasion. I don't think 4 is worth it. I think it's either 2 or 3. The upside of 2 is that obviously I can kill Arcanine a turn earlier. But that's also 2 more turns of having only 60% evasion. Yeah, I think I will. I'm a bit worried about Entei critting Regice is the issue. I've got no idea how low in HP I'm going to be as well. Another thing here is that if they burn me, it's over. If they burn me, it's just completely over. It's definitely at least 1 double team. Okay, that's a really good turn. Okay. With the hail chip damage on Entei, maybe I could win even if I do get burned. It would have to be burning quite a lot later than this, though. Yeah, at least I have clear body. It's actually huge that I haven't taken too much damage on these early turns. My intuition is to do 3. My gut feeling was always to do 3 double teams. They are paralyzed, but if they're gonna have like 8 attacks. It's the Fire Blast is actually really important to dodge, right? Fire Blast is about 120 question mark. Yeah, Fire Blast is about 120. Yeah, I have to dodge Fire Blast here. God, Entei is paraplegic, which is a good thing for me here. I think it's time to hail. Hail, and then I free shot with Ice Beam into Arcanine. I could go for the 4 Ice Beams against Arcanine, but I don't have the freeze upside. Arcanine is already paralyzed. And in those 4 turns, Hail also does about a quarter to Entei. Which is a big deal for my ability to kill Entei. With, yeah, I'd have 6 Ice Beams. So free into pressure. So I have to hail now, and I have to hail in 4 turns after that. And I actually do kill Entei then. It was either this was correct, or I should have gone after 2 double teams. It's going to be impossible to know. Okay, that is big. That is also really big. Yeah, well, we definitely have to Ice Beam Arcanine down. Arcanine has way more PP with Flamethrower than Entei does with Fire Blast. And Flamethrower is also more accurate, and I think the simplest way to lose is to die to burn. It's not good. Okay, that is good though. I'd love an Ice Beam crit. Okay. Maybe it was worth going for more double teams. Kind of committed to this line though. Committed to killing them. It lived. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. It's dead to the hail, but it got an attack in because of that. There was a risk it lived. It's kind of nuts that it did live. I must have almost min-rolled the Ice Beams. I don't think we need many more paralyzed. Like, we need to not get burned. We do need to reset the hail, like I said. We've run out of Ice Beams. Could maybe go for more double teams. The thing is, it also does damage to itself if it hits a double edge. It takes about 23 recoil and damage. So it takes about a 16th of its health. I want to kill it. I really want to kill it. How many Fire Blast users? It's used 2. It's got 3 Fire Blast left. Might be able to win even if I get burned. Not this turn, but a following turn maybe. Okay, now we definitely reset Hail because we can't kill it because of pressure. Being hit by Double Edge might not even be a bad thing. Please. Should always be dead here. Okay. Fire Blast wouldn't have killed me there without a crit, though. That's an insane clutch after a pretty unlucky start. I should have attacked the Arcanine with Venusaur, though. Being scared of Sludge Bomb poison to deny the Thunder Wave into Arcanine was stupid. Ice high risk. Hello, Lapras. Yeah, Hail does 31% of its HP over 5 turns, which is the only reason we're able to kill Entei so quickly. Don't count on that happening another time. It's real. Is that our official warning about fire being a problem? I mean, Venusaur is kind of bad, right? That's the... Regice is not the problem here, it's Venusaur. Could take the Arcanine. Arcanine 1 is weird. It's Adamant, max attack, max speed. Casino Lapras is quite likely to appear, yes, unfortunately. Believe it or not, this is still a winning position. The problem is that Arcanine 1 is such a... It's so much worse than Venusaur is with the IV gap. It's so hard to swap in Gen 3 Tower. The enemy Pokemon are so much worse. I'm actually... The more Gen 3 I play, the more I actually appreciate that Gen 4 Factory might be better, you know. Not doubles, but singles. I was not expecting these two, but it does actually make a little bit of sense when you remember that Parashong is high risk and Double Edge and Horn Drill are high risk. It probably is Jinx 2 and Dugong 2 and 3. This is also the ice quota met. It means that the last Pokemon is unlikely to be a water type as well. It could be Lapras in the back, that's possible. Yeah, Fake Out is once again on the cards. It could be Fake Out Jinx. Jinx 4 won't one-shot Venusaur, but it'll be close. We need to kill Dugong. Need to kill Dugong before Jinx uses Perish. Casino Dugong would be scary, but that's another reason to target it, to be honest. Jinx 2 would protect on turn 1, though. We can prevent Dugong 3 from using Rest by Thunder Waving it, activating the Guts glitch. We also stop Dugong 2 from using Encore Disable, which is exceptionally annoying. Once again, I might screw myself over by poisoning Dugong, but once again, I think that's the lesser of two evils. Yeah, the Jinx 2 is not a surprise. Okay, that's definitely Dugong 2 from that damage. Do we Ice Beam the Pokemon in the back, or do we Thunder Wave it? It could easily be a ground type in the back. It's It's not that important to kill it, right? Because Jinx is quite likely to perish long soon. Let's Thunderwave it to feel slightly safer. Okay, double protect is perfect. Okay. Obviously, Electabuzz beats Aero. We didn't find out if it was Aero 2. High risk. I don't like Aero 3 and 4 that much. Aero 2 might have been a take. It might have been a mistake to not properly scout that. Okay. Fisher is not really possible to play around. If it Fisher's Regice, can I revenge with Double Edge Ice Punch? Not necessarily, right? Dugong 3, Donphan 3 and 4 are gonna survive that. Oh. So what I would do then is instead Thunderbolt the Golduck. Both ways, Venusaur kind of wastes its attack, right? So I guess... yeah. I wonder if this is a Sleep Powder into Donphan. Might actually be a Sleep Powder into a Golduck. I think it's Sludge Bomb into Golduck. I think I don't want to overthink this. Okay, no Quick Claw at least. Okay, we crit. Scope Lens finally useful from Venusaur. Rapidash. Okay. So it was not Donphan 2. So it's massively likely this is Rapidash 4. Might actually be forced. I should have put HP bars on. Because I'm not sure if that's 3 or 4. Rapidash 3 is modest and Rapidash 4 isn't. No type. High risk. Yeah, Gen 4 has Horn Drill on Rapidash 3. Horn Drill Rapidash in Gen 3 would be omega scary. I don't think we swap. Bum, 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 bum. It is high risk, which makes Facade double edge very likely from Articuno, which is good because that's not Articuno 1, and Articuno 1 is the one that's faster than Venusaur. It's hard to quantify how deadly Slowking is here. And Articuno 3 is going to use Protect. I kind of like attempting the Thunder Wave into Articuno. The downside of that is that Articuno 1 is the worst case scenario, and it's also the one that shrugs off Thunder Wave. I think I do Sludge Bomb the Slowking. Alternatively, I Thunder Wave. I don't even think that makes sense. I think I Thunder Wave the Articuno. I don't hate Double Team as well. Regice versus Articuno should be very good for me. The only scary one there would be Articuno 2, and Articuno 2 is pretty damn unlikely. And Thunder Waving Articuno 2 also kind of clips its wings, since it would then be forced to use Blizzard with the Guts glitch. And it's very unlikely to begin with Toxic onto Regice. So yeah, I actually have a really good matchup into Articuno, as long as I Thunder Wave it. And then I think we just Sludge Bomb the Slowking, so that we can kill it easily later with Electabuzz. Slowking is very likely to kill Venusaur. I don't want to Sleep Powder. I might Sleep Powder next turn, but not this turn. I need to do some damage to make sure that we can get the follow-up kill against Slowking 1 with Electabuzz. Obviously, all the other Slowkings are less bulky. Swagger. And Psychic. Okay. And no crit. So Articuno 5 obviously is high risk with Double Edge. And there's a pretty good chance this is a Quick Claw Slowking. Going to be very hard to play around that with Electabuzz. I wonder if he can kill Slowking here. I would be very surprised. Could also go for the Articuno. I mean, I don't think Electabuzz has to kill Articuno this game. Regice is an Ice type and it can't be frozen. I actually don't hate the Thunder Wave into the Slowking. It would be better to Thunder Wave it if Ice Beam Sludge Bomb doesn't KO. I think the KO is quite likely though. And at the very least, this means that Regice can kill it next turn with Ice Beam. Not quite. That sucks. Okay, so now the worst timeline is that Articuno 50-50'd into Double Edge instead of Blizzard. And didn't get paralyzed. Okay. So Slowking can Quick Claw, but that's about it. And Articuno is guaranteed to Double Edge again. Can Double Edge both targets. Has no priority in terms of what it would rather hit. I can Thunder Wave the Pokemon in the back with Regice. Once again, it could be a ground type. It is high risk. It's quite likely to be a ground type. Wish you were here. Do I Ice Beam? Could easily be something like Snorlax. Activating the Guts glitch on the Pokemon in the back doesn't sound bad. It just sounds bad if it's something like Rhydon. I can't be a Quick Claw Rhydon though. Because this is Quick Claw Slowking. Most of the ground types are actually out with a Quick Claw. Could be Swampert. Swampert would be stuck on Earthquake with Articuno as its partner. Ice Beam seems okay. I mean, it's high risk. It could easily be something like Miltank or Second Water. Yeah, you know, you're right. Second Water. Yep. I think that it's the Taurus Miltank stuff that is probably the biggest issue. Probably more specifically Miltank Snorlax with Thick Fat. It's probably safest to Ice Beam. I can Thunder Wave next turn. Electabuzz is faster than most Pokemon. There's also the incredibly cursed timeline of Quick Claw crit into Electabuzz. Okay. It has to be 3 or 4. It's probably a guaranteed Thunderbolt kill. This is a 6 IV a trainer though, because it's the 7th battle of the round. We'll definitely follow it up. Okay, that's GG. It can't Swagger. It can Focus Band, but Focus Band doesn't save it from its own recoil. Free, completely free. We're successfully tanking the swap count. We had a very good ratio before this. Do one more round. The Regice clutch against Arcanine. Arcanine and Entei failing to beat Regice. No type. No phrase. Jinx 4? No. Jinx 3. Somewhat unusable. I mean, maybe. Maybe. Definitely. Probably not. Probably not. Yes. Okay. Aero Ment is an unbelievable lead duo. This might be a really fast round. What do we put in the back? Is it Scarm? what goes in the back here? This is the classic 2 really good Pokemon and 3 pretty unusable. It could go Fortress. It probably is Fortress, question mark. Though I can't really explode. And Aero doesn't like locking into Earthquake if Fortress has to come in. But Zap Cannon is hilarious, right? Scarm 2 is unreliable. It's a nuts draft there. I'm kind of thinking about Glalie. I think it is Fortress. I think it is Fortress. Fortress can come into an Ice or a Dragon move. Okay. I mean, it's not high risk. What is this? Honestly, I might have to just kill Lapras here. If Latios kills Salamence, I don't think that's a disaster. Particularly if I'm locked into Ancient Power on Aero. I mean, I don't know. Latios is much more likely to do serious damage than Lapras is, having said that. And Fortress low-key beats Lapras. I am sturdy. Well, we might not be able to take Latios. Latios has got quite a range in how usable some of its sets are. Particularly without the IV advantage. Let's kill Latios. We could actually lock Aerial, but I want to lock into Ancient. That's a bulky one. That's a bulky one. So that was probably Latios 7 actually. Which is untakeable. Although I could put it in the back. It probably is better than Fortress. Okay. Oh, the quick claw from Lapras 2 would be unbelievably bad. And combined with a freeze or a crit. Honestly, I might actually go for the Fearow. I'm always faster than Fearow. Unlike Lapras 2. Kill Fearow because I don't think Lapras 2 and Lapras 4 can actually beat Fortress. Okay. The useless boost. I'm your biggest fan. No type. No phrase. Hey, Haru. How are you doing? We'll take the Lapras, definitely. Yellow guy is still alive somehow. I mean, that's an earthquake. I think I'm following up into Medicham, particularly in case of the fake out, I guess. It's unlikely to be Medicham 2, because it's not high risk. No, he's gonna get shot. Eventually he'll get shot. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna actually go for Regiseal. I am. Screw Quick Claw Explosion and all that nonsense. Okay. It's a bulky one. How's the gambling going? We don't have a gambling problem in here. This is slanderous. Aaron. Aaron lives. It's not that bulky. It's definitely 3 or 4. There's no way it's 5 or 6. This might be the new Lapras, I guess. We're private investigators. I got 100! Oh. That's my 4th 100 in doubles, I think. Actually, not sure. So it is a Special attack speed Suicune, which probably is better than Lapras. Let's have a look at Lapras quick. Are we We're not water absorb. Okay. We give up some coverage. There's no Thunderbolt on Suicune. Lapras is better anti-water. But Suicune is better in general, I feel. Lapras has Stab on Ice Beam. That might be a really big deal. In a facility where Surf has nerf damage in doubles. Are we going to keep Lapras? Lapras 4 versus Suicune 3 or Suicune 4. I don't know which one. Let's keep the coverage. Let's keep the coverage. It is a lot slower. Thanks, Harry. Believe in the run. This is probably near the end of the stream. This is probably the last 5 games, so thank you. I'll be live on YouTube tomorrow with the singles run. Okay. I probably do want to ace the Sceptile in case of the Bright Powder on Sceptile 4. Do we just Dragon Claw the Pokemon in the back? I don't think I care about Vileplume. The Psychic said it must be true. What is that? Might be of this. Send in Kingler. Or Kingdra, sorry. It's definitely not 2. It did have to be a poison, yeah. Ground. High risk. Fisher. Rhydon. Golem. Swampert. Steelix, yes, these are all high risk. Dug Trio, of course. I could actually consider Sceptile, but there's 3 matches after this as well. Do we Hyper Beam Flygon? I think the bad outcomes here are largely involving Flygon going nuts on Ments with Dragonclaw, right? We've intimidated Steelix, so we're not scared of Iron Tail from Steelix 4. We could also bring Lapras in. I'm a bit scared of missing Flygon 1, but Flygon 1's not doing much in return. Screw it, I'm just gonna Earthquake. Don't Iron Tail crit me. Mizzy? Oh, it Earthquakes because Aerodactyl has the dual type non-immunity glitch. That's hilarious. It does update the AI on that. Okay. Lapras useful. No type, high risk. It's probably more likely to be Flygon 3 or 4. The thing is, I don't care. Because of Mischievous 3 having the item Bright Powder. It's very rude to intimidate me. So the only risk here is going to be Tauros 4, right? Well, Whiscash 4 could Quick Claw Ice Beam. It's also highly cringe. I don't want to Aerial Ace though. The Earthquake lock could be a big mistake. God, Whiscash 4 actually very threatening with the Quick Claw here. See if I switch. Aero can be targeted by Fissure, but Salamence can't. Aero can be targeted by Fissure because of the dual type non-immunity glitch. I kind of like pulling Mence out here. Also good against. It's also good to intimidate again. Tauros 4 can dodge, but it also has to Rock Tomb. Perhaps I should give more respect to Tauros 2. But after Intimidate, do I really care about the double team spam? I think I actually Ancient Power. Although the downside of that is I then can't pivot across the Whiscash if I have to kill it. Okay, it's probably is Ancient. It's probably is Aerial Ace then. It's a crit. It's a huge crit because it goes past the Intimidate drop. We wouldn't have killed otherwise. It's also not Whiscash free. Because I don't think we'd kill Whiscash free of a crit. So it's Whiscash 1, 2, or 4. Doesn't have to be high risk. Taurus is always high risk. If the back one is high risk, then it could have been Whiscash 1 or 2. But if the back one is not high risk, that was Whiscash 4. Okay. So it was Whiscash 4. Which means it's not Latios 2. It's also not Latios 5 because of Bright Powder. Assume it's Latios 1 and behave accordingly, I guess. It's a 0 bulk. It was Latios 2 or 3. Taurus is faster, but if I switch out, I just get it by Rock Tomb again anyway. No type, high risk. So, Latios 2 or 3 over Lapras. I become genuinely quite weak to Ice and Dragon at that point, but I'm also significantly faster. It would be an easy decision if it was Latios 1 or 4, but it wasn't. I could also consider having Taurus in the back as Intimidate. Double up. That doesn't seem terrible either. Taurus doesn't love switching in, but Taurus is a lot faster. Actually, we know it was Latios 3 because Whiscash was Quick Claw. Because Whiscash had to be a high risk set. And it couldn't be Whiscash 3 because it died to the crit. So that was Latios 3. Which is slightly worse than Latios 2. Take the Taurus. Mostly the white herb I'm curious about. Okay. So white herb on Gramble 2 is not a surprise. Gramble 2 is high risk on its own. It therefore does not have to be a high risk Entei. I'm pretty sure I'm targeting Entei here. I could Ancient Power. I don't know if the damage into Gramble really matters at all. Gramble 2 sucks. I should probably behave as if Gramble is going to paralyze or freeze me, though. The other downside of Earthquake is Taurus doesn't want to get hit by it. Ice Punch is more likely than Thunderbolt from Bramble, because Ice Punch does get the 4 times AI scoring bonus. They both don't kill, but... Okay, maybe I go after Gramble with with Mence. It gives Entei a turn to do something, but whatever. In case Aero crits Gramble, I'll Dragon Claw. Okay. It has to be Solar Beaming the Aero slot, unfortunately. Solar Beam does a lot to Tauros from Entei. I do have to recycle moves, though, on the Aero choice lock. So probably what I do is I kill Entei with Mence so I don't take the Solar Beam damage. I also intimidate Latias, which might help. Entei 2 is bright powder, isn't it? Okay, you gonna Ice Beam me? No. Okay, so it's 1 or 6. Because Latias 3 is not modest. And Latias 5 is bright powder. I don't think Latias 1 or 6 could ever kill Mence anyway. How come I pick Solar Beam over Reflector Sunny Day? Solar Beam is just considered a regular attack. And there's no special AI on Solar Beam or Sunny Day. I think the Sunny Day Solar Beam sets are close to the most stupidly played sets by the AI. It really behaves randomly with them. I kind of want to know what this Latias set is, since it's the final game. I'm going to play with my food here. No. Latias 1, surely you almost always Ice Beam. This is Latias 6. This is Latias 6. We don't need to test. No, there's subtle differences. So Latios 4 is very different than Latias 4. They have the same theming, where Latios and Latias 4 are both bright powder calm minders. Latios and Latias 1 are also, I think, identical. I'm not sure if the move order is different. So yeah, they're very similar, but not exactly the same. Water. I'm wondering about Latias against Tauros. Aerodactyl is staying on the team. I'm sure about that. Could consider dropping Mence. Mence for Latias. Latias doesn't die to random ice beams in the same way that Mence does. And because it's water no phrase, the water set 4s are more likely here. Water set 4 is famous for having ice moves on them. I give up the Intimidate, though. And the same is true of taking Latias over Tauros. There are quite a few physical water sets. Latias is probably better than Tauros, though. I think I'm going to take it. I reject every weak trainer. Sure. Okay. Blaziken 4. We have to cover for Alligator 4, I think. And I know there's a water in the back, and I know that Blaziken's getting replaced bit, but I think we've got to deal with Feraligatr first, in case it's Feraligatr 4, which is a Dragonclaw here, unfortunately. I would like to Dragonclaw the Backmon. But I don't want to lose Ments to Gator 4 using Ice Beam. Okay. Oh, it's got bulk. It's Gator 2. I'm still faster. The issue is that Lantern is far. Lantern 3 and 4 are faster than Aero now. If I switch and recover my my drop, how do I ever lose? Lantern 3, Bright Powder, that's it. Lantern 3 is going to pump or Thunder here, which makes it perfect to go to Latias anyway. It got the Quick Claw. Okay. That's really good news, because it means it's not Lantern 3. So we can't miss. GG, free. Got the swap count up slightly. Is this my record swaps? I don't think so. I think it might be my record swaps. But tomorrow we're playing open level. It's so sad that level 50 died before 100, you know? But it's fine. I'm actually quite upset about it. I could have done more swaps as well, but it's fine. It's a hindsight thing, right? Where is the Frontier? Where are the Frontier nerds at? Surely loads of people are streaming. Not seeing anyone. What are the main differences between level 100 and level 50? So the big difference between 100 and 50 is that at the start of 50, you start off with tier 1 bad Pokemon, like the not fully evolved Pokemon. And then round 2 and 3 on level 50 are then still like weaker Pokemon. And then once you reach 21 in level 50, you enter tier 4, which are most set ones. So like Typhlosion 1, for example, is a tier 4 Pokemon that has set 1. in open level, in level 100, you start out, the first round is tier 4. So level 50 is like 3 tiers staggered behind, which means you know what the enemies in level 50 are for longer. But it also means you've got to use the bad Pokemon at the start of level 50. And then later on, like past 49, the only difference is that in level 100, Tyranitar and Dragonite exist, and so do Suicune, Entei, Raikou, Zapdos, Moltres, Articuno, Set 5 and 6. Those only exist in level 100. Apart from that, level 50 and level 100 are basically the same. Like, there isn't such thing as, like... A good question would be, like, you know, do top players play level 100 differently? And I would say no. The major difference between level 100 and level 50 in terms of when you play is you don't want to take Endure reversal sets as much at level 100 because Tyranitar exists and Tyranitar can just kill you with Sandstream on the switch in. So like Heracross 4, which is an Endure reversal set, is slightly worse at level 100 than level 50, but it's still good at level 100. It's a small difference. And I think most people think level 100 is more fun because there are more Pokemon sets. And, yeah, it's just a bit more variety. And a lot of people don't like the early rounds of level 50. Right, I can't see anyone playing Frontier. So I might just end stream. Nah, everyone's Nuzlocking, which is understandable. Everyone loves Nuzlockers. Alright, cool. See you later, guys. Thanks for watching.